Angel technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sights have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture. The exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old. The workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints to the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second. Now, I've brought your attention to these files before and how it relates to our work and worldly workings. I'll read that part again. For producing very small particles in a tube open to air, for increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the high potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more, the maximum speed being no less than 350 miles per second. I think this is what we are seeing, guys. This is projection technology, which is roughly what our work is all being based upon. To delve deeper into this research, I recommend watching our 12 Gates video. This is research done by One Conscience and myself, and we give a more technical breakdown of the angel technology with many references and correlations. It also includes a voiceover by Santos Bonacci and references current particle acceleration work by Roger from Mudfloods University. Other subjects include those halos in the sky that mainstream lie as sundogs, the Eye of Horus was decoded, volcanoes, lava and the sun's return path in the underworld. We will also be releasing a video soon entitled Wonderland. This is a more technical breakdown of how the angel technology works. So stay tuned, people. This is FPV out.
Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, things laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that have been decoded. Those bars represent these locations on Earth, and these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger, it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least make sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again. What this design really means is that our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone, and this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
Can you pan your camera left a little, Jim? We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off, this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and it crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, mid-Atlantic to, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, Easter Island of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, you know, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay, and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, well, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, you know, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar helped to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, you know, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, you know, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back.
Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the Mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens, and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So
I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a seraphim's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the two lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always two lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, two sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them, when you see these sundogs you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture Seraphim's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them, they're just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the moon. Notice in this clip the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeon, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground.
These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Ice to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these seraphim from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck, people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it.
secrets of lovers whisper tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. Sitting screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay through the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight. One kind of morning, I hear you say, so let it be love, let it be love, oh yeah, oh, let it be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone to lay on, and you know, some magic conquers me, lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let it be
This is like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let it be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want, alright. So let it be love, let it be love,
Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more, decoded into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are. You will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement, les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travailler ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné. Un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres. Un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre ce recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Mosellembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca Lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the tines separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface. To give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of, that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sights have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture. The exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints through the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, the chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. And the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now, for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by the larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result, of course, being many circles. Many circles in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now, here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos are 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. And you've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. Pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labelling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. They will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our precious systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets. The forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. But that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The halos nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by 1 revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes, but we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the Antikytherian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the Sun, or any luminary for that matter, coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates: charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the East Gates. As you can see, our Sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos. The maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The Sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down, and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left-hand rule, right-hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the Sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus. While the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements, which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon's shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Mayor Free Station at the East Gates. The ascension scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from two perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the angelic particle matrix is the Nazca Sun Cross. The Sun Cross is an 8x8 grid, which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles. first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, they match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east, you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signalling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip. Mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14. Again, pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129. Notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus. The smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel. This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because to my mind it's the closest explanation to what our realm is, and the most in-depth cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip, we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. First, I want you to listen to this video from Santos Bonacci and Lily Rose Day, as I'm going to decode and demonstrate some of it and how it fits into the APM model.
Right, so I like my red shift, blue shift markers.
Nice.
And black. So the best way to do it would just do a simple graphic. Okay, so here we go. So there's a point in counter space. Right, that point there, that's energy, consciousness, life, soul, everything projects from the monad.
Okay.
And these monads are little stars. We call them atoms. This is an atom. It's a point in counter space. It's not spatial.
Okay.
So it's everywhere, but locatable with your physical senses in a topos or a locus in spatial in space, but it's in counter space. It's like this computer here, say for instance, okay, this computer has a hard drive which is full of information, and yet it doesn't weigh any more when it's full of data than when it's not. It's the same way. So that information is really not spatial. It's in counter space.
Okay.
But it's very powerful information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It's full of great information. You know, remember Zoolander? When he smashed the computer, he was trying to get the information out of the computer looking for it. Okay. So that's what these stars are. That's what atoms are.
Okay.
Conventional science will tell you that atoms are empty. So they're just points of energy. They're light beings. Yeah? But these light beings, the monad cannot do anything in a physical material construct without projecting the energy out of it.
Oh, okay.
Right? And it's always projected as a point line. So you never get just lines in space like that. The energy will not project out of this point in counter space only in one direction. It will always do redshift first in a spiral, in a helix. That's not a spiral. Well, that's a spiral, two-dimensionally,
Right.
but we call these, it's like DNA. It's DNA.
Right.
And you know what? Dang, I should have put blue on top. I need to be more accurate.
Because blue shift goes first. It's always blue first, right?
Well, I always use man is the measure of the universe.
Right.
So look at your woman, and have a look at your subtle body. You've got red chakra at the bottom of your torso, Taurus, and you've got blue chakra at the top of your torso, Taurus. See, so, and the center is the solar plexus. It's actually in the heart because it's the middle chakra, okay? But the center of blue shift, red shift, is here. Yeah, that yellow chakra is really like more akin to white. So this point here is white light, because only white light is magnetic. No other light is magnetic. Red shift, blue shift is electromagnetic. Dielectricity is black light. So that white light, it's known to scientists, does not vibrate. It's radiating.
Okay.
It's a pulse, and it's magnetic. And that pulse always perturbates out radially, radiation, on a longitudinal wave. So that pulse goes like this. There's a plane of inertia here, and it ripples out. And that ripple generates a wave, and this is the wave. So as the energy goes, always energy goes like this, in two directions, always. So the monad becomes the dyad, becomes the triad, and then jumps to the tetrad, which is, yeah. So you'll notice I did redshift a lot bigger because this is radiation. This vibration is called radiation, and this is gravitation, because this is left turning and going, converging and centripetal. So before, I should have, when I did red first, I should have done it below, because the torso, man is the measure of the universe, teaches you that redshift is below, hell is down, blue sky, heaven is up. Okay? So, when white light decides to create a toroidal field and give form in the material world, projects outward of itself, immediately becomes a dyad. But the first light that comes from white light is red shift, red.
Okay.
And then immediately, instantly, blue follows. And then these make a green. So, did I get a green? Let's have a look. Yep. So there's your heart chakra with 12 petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because why did I go back to the heart chakra? Well, because we need to include what's beyond blue shift, which is indigo and violet. So let's make this all pretty, shall we? Great whiteboard I've got here. So this is makeshift because, you know.
It's the whiteboard of requirement.
Yeah. All right, so let's go slow. So this is pulsating. And this is the plane of inertia of a toroidal field. Now you see here, this takes the shape of an hourglass. I'm going to make it wider at the bottom because blue light is a higher frequency. Sorry, that's not a very good way. And red light, this will be better, is a longer wave.
Okay.
All right? So, and this part of the torus field will always be 0.618 times bigger than this. So this will be 1, and this will be 1.618, the ratio.
Oh, okay.
It's the phi ratio.
Right.
Phi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or phi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. And then what happens now is you have a toroidal field. No particles. And that's an atom.
Okay.
So, neutron, the block wall, the plane of inertia. Because as the red light comes out centrifugally diverging, and then it comes back around to this point here, then it turns blue. The proton becomes an electron.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so when scientists are looking at the electron, and they say, oh, so many electrons, they are only looking at half of the toroidal field.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you that a carbon atom supposedly has 6 neutrons, right? 6 protons and 6 electrons.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because the field is expressing itself in the number of 6, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because of how much power it has and what the frequency is. Because all the elements, thank you, Walter Russell, are frequencies. High frequency, low frequency. Right?
Right.
Good. Let me not jump ahead of myself because it's important to do this step by step. So, Walter Russell also taught that. He was teaching this model primarily, the blue vortex and the red vortex, right? But what you can see here is clearly you can see an hourglass. This is an hourglass because this is time. It's pulsating from here. Every atom does this, right? So you can see this is chronos. This is temporal. Tempo, time, chronos, Saturn, Satan, the world of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Satan rules the earth. Satan rules the air. Okay? And this is Satan in here, old man time. And this is his partner, his wife, space.
Mm-hmm.
Chronos and Rhea, area.
Oh, yeah.
Freya, Maria, it's space. She is spatial. She is magnetic and expands. Magnetism, the female white light. You see the black and white yin and yang?
Mm-hmm.
That's masculine. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This is feminine. This
White.
is yes. White light is feminine. It moves. Mag means to move. Magnetism, magnitude. See, white light generates this redshift, blue shift. So it knows how to make space.
Mm-hmm.
Dielectricity, black light, that's resting light. It doesn't move. Rest, motion. Inertia, force.
Force is feminine.
Yes, it's not masculine.
Huh.
It's not. Masculine energy is resting. It's the black light. That's in the ultimate, in its highest archetypal
It's like the Ein
principal
Sof.
position. Yes,
So now
the Ein Sof.
Okay.
This is
the
the
higher.
Ein Sof.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are a partnership. This is Krishna, black. This is Radharani, golden white light.
Huh. Okay.
It's always, Krishna is dielectricity. Krishna means to rest, and black. And that's why you see Christ black and Madonna black, because it's talking about black resting light.
Okay, because that's what I was just about to ask. Do we see the feminine personified as that black light? Because I was thinking about the black Madonna and the dark goddess, and so I was thinking about that. So that's what's confusing me. But of course, the white light gives birth to the twins. The female gives birth to the twins.
Good.
Okay. Yeah.
So you will see the black feminine, you'll see it, but ultimately the highest archetype is white. The pure virgin of white light, Mary, means magnetism. Okay? And Joseph's not a word for Saturn. Maria is Rhea.
Okay.
So whether you take the Christian or the Greeks have Saturn and Rhea. Time and space. That's what it is. And then in the Christian scripture, or Christian Greek scriptures, you've got Joseph and Mary are the mothers of the Lord. Well, Seth is Set, is Sat, is Saturn, is Satan. Time and space create a child, the Saviour, Jesus, which is this, the form, the Word made flesh. This is it.
Right.
This is how the Word is made flesh. Okay, so
Still though, so do you think that there are some systems where they personify the whole thing as feminine, like the goddess cultures and religions? Because I'm thinking like about Hecate, and that's all that blackness, like Troma, Troma Nagmo, she's real black, Sati and Kali. So
the black goddess. It's just flipping this over, because through creation, everything expands and dilutes. The source is always pure and unchanging. And that's it. Masculine, feminine. Krishna means rest, so does Christ. Christ, crest, rest.
and that's why the feminine would be evil too, like taking the apple and doing the thing, because she's trying to make the world, trying to make the illusion by birthing the twins. Whereas if you get it into the phi ratio, you get it like balanced on the chariot, then you're doing the longitudinal and you're resting in that
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Different than that's I learned. Thank you.
Yeah. So really, this is dielectricity and this is magnetism.
Okay.
Because magnetism is force and motion. Inertia and acceleration is dielectricity. And when these two create abrasion against each other and they start agitating to make a wave, redshift, blue shift is born. Radiation, gravitation. Fission, fusion.
Okay.
Proton, electron. Divergence, convergence. Force and motion, inertia and acceleration. This is accelerating back into the black hole. This is going back into black light to rest, and then it's being forced out as white light. But white light cannot do anything or go anywhere in the physical world. It has to start vibrating. And that is that polarization of light, redshift, blue shift. That's this. So that's this hourglass. That see, this is the hyperbola So the Greek word hyperbola Baal, this is Bel, the god Bel, Baal, Baal, because this is where everything begins. The sun, the moon, the stars, atoms in your body, you, everyone has this Baal in them. The Greek word hyperbola means the hourglass. It means hyperbolistic, projecting, thrusting out. That's why when you exaggerate, you're speaking in hyperbole. Hyperbole. I told you 1,000 times, Louis, don't write on this book. And I only told you, what, twice? And you think, well, that's a hyper. Stop hyperbolizing with me, or stop speaking bull. Because bull, like a papal bull or anything, it's the word of God. So that word is actually sonoluminescence. It's sound and light. See, sound is going to be rippling in waves from that outward. That's magnetism. It radiates. It doesn't vibrate. It just goes. If you throw a pebble in the pond, you'll see this circle, then it gets bigger. That's magnetism. Its radial wave does never diminish. It always travels outwardly forever. And as it does that, propagating through the medium, air, ether, fire, whatever, it's going to encounter resistance. And that resistance will go like this. Red shift, blue shift. Right. But that wave there, it's temporal. It's not real, it's empty. It makes form, but it diminishes, it decays. It's a wave that decays. So this radial wave, radiation, propagating along this plane of inertia, the block wall, in every torus field, is now generating this red shift, blue shift. So you see, this is the quadrad. So monad, dyad, tetrad, including the neutron and the block wall. Now that's the trinity because you've got neutron, proton, and electron, but space projects out in 4 directions, or 6, but 4 as the tetrad, or the tetragrammaton, or the tetrahedron. Fire, the polyhedra of fire. It's got tetra in it. It's about 4, and that's and that fire is this, right? Because how do we know? For proton. So what I said was this is the neutron, dielectricity, black light, really, black hole. That's a black hole and a white hole. It's a black sun and a white sun. All atoms are like this. They're black and white. Black is the light going out back into counter space. White is the light coming out to make your torso torus. And red shift, blue shift is the form that you have. So this veil becomes phal, and it's the phallus. That's the phallus, the obelisk. And this is the torus, is the uterus. Uterus. And that's feminine, space, male phallic, time. So here you have, why do they have maypoles? Why do they have the Holy Cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? Why? Because your body is the cross. Yeah? That's the tomb. There you go. That's the letter T for your anatomy, because the light is entombed in the body. You come from a womb, and then you end up in a tomb. Right? And this is the tomb. It's anatom. Atom. All is atom. All is atom. This is the tomb. Tomb, you can say atom or Adam. Same thing. So Tom, without the A, Tom means twin. You see, because all atoms are twins. The dyad, duality, the demiurge. See, this is the source God creator. This is the demiurge who, who's red Satan and blue Krishna, good and evil, cold and hot, feminine, masculine, or vice versa. They've got boys. No, it's true. Girls are pink and boys are blue. There you go, got it right. Roses are red.
This is I've had a problem, and you just syncretized it. It's like my brain's going. Yeah.
This does everything for you, Brian. This brings you into direct knowledge.
But why is the blue pillar the moon? And I would associate the moon with the goddess. So when you look at Jacqueline and Boaz, the moon is above the blue pillar.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, that's what threw me off with that. I mean, I think it's just conflations of. I think you can look at it both ways, and that when you cross the hemispheres with the red and blue, there's a lot of confusion in the occult world on this.
I know. See, blue shift is also here. It's also here. So there's not just blue here and red here. There's also red coming out at the same time. Yes.
Right.
But if that were so, you wouldn't be having legs at the ground all the time. You'd be, upside down as well. You'd be you'd be like you have to have that direction. So a magnet, rather than having poles, right? They've got red shift, blue shift. It's obvious what's going on with magnets. If you look at the work of Ken Wheeler, he puts magnets under a ferro cell. Okay, a ferro cell. So it's a magnetic viewing film, basically, with liquid, metallic liquid in it. So it brings out the light. So it's got LED lights all around the ferro cell, and he just puts it on all these magnets. And what you do is you see these torch fields.
I saw life springing out from it with the pig nose. It was amazing. It was like all of a sudden you actually saw it become to animate life, animating the holograph.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing work.
Yes. And so, I found sick. So, okay, where were we going with that? I was going to say something there. What were you just talking about?
I'm still thinking about masculine being blue. So I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that. Yeah.
Yeah. So from source, that's the principal archetype, but they do flip over. So and the same with red shift, blue shift. You see, this is red is right turning energy. It's right turning proton. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Okay, proton. Yeah, this is a proton. Let's call this a proton. I'm going to put the R right over here because we're going to insert a letter in here to understand what exactly is a proton. Proton, red, electron, blue. Let's do it like this, eh? L is liquid. R is radiation or fire. Because once you put a Y in here, you begin to understand what a proton is. It's fire and water, the two agents of creation. It's a pyroton, shortened to proton. Redshift, right turning energy, and this is left turning because it has an L in it. L and R. Right? And this is left turning. And Pierluigi Enoch teaches this. He was an Italian genius who was a colleague of Marconi. He was also teaching that the Earth is stationary, and he proved that the Earth is stationary. And he was teaching that there's two energies, there's solar and Earth. And the sun is moving through the ether, perturbating the field above our heads on the stationary Earth, and the energy is right turning. He studied the sun for 30 years. Then he says, that the Earth receives that right turning light and then sends it back left turning, blue shift, going back up to heaven. The sun is bringing red, and he says that the theatre, the Earth, in between these two fields is where all creation manifests. Between the sun, Uranus, in other words, it can be Uranus, and Gaia, the Earth, and they are husband and wife. Now, Uranus is the firmament, the eighth sphere, above terra firma. So Gaia is terra firma, and Uranus is firmament. You see, both of those terra firma, firmament, are what keep the 7 planets underneath spinning and creating all the destiny of all humans in the world. And this is how it works. It's so simple. There's 3 things you need to remember. The neutron, proton, and electron, in that order. Okay? Like this. Dielectricity. That's the neutron. Magnetism, its partner, because these are, whoops, I did it again. Mag, to move. It's feminine, white, pure goddess. Rest and motion. And when they move, they create their only begotten Son, the Word that was made flesh. L. See, the real name of Jesus, was that the camera? No. So the real name of Jesus is Emmanuel.
Oh, right.
And his girlie, she is Magdalene. Magnetism and electricity. Okay?
It's a good story.
Yeah. Because all the
I
stories...
read it. Okay, so we had a little camera mishap and we lost the end of our conversation. So we're going to try to recreate that and put some of the things that are on the board, kind of explain those a little bit more.
Yeah, okay. So since I don't remember what exactly I covered, I know I haven't covered this, and I guess this and this. So the bowl, being the most important central figure here, is actually the arbol, or arbor. So you see, here you see how this is the same word for tree in Spanish and Latin, but it's always this tree here, R and L being interchangeable. Remember, right turning, red shift, left turning, blue shift. And then we put this up. Okay.
Right, because I think I was having cognitive dissonance still, trying to understand how the blue and the moon, you know, like the blue column of Joachim and Boaz, and how the blue went with the moon. And so I was still like trying to connect blue to water and feeling that was feminine, and you were going to go and you put this up here to kind of try to talk about it a little bit more from another angle. Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay.
That's why up here, the interchangeableness of these two co-principles, co-eternal principles, is more natural. Here, and more distinct. It's usually at the highest level before its emanations and expansions. It's always feminine magnetism and masculine dielectricity, and always the Christ or Krishna is black, and his girl she's white and virginal and pure magnetism, Magdalene. So you've got Jesus' real name is Emmanuel, and his lady is Mary Magdalene. I think we covered that, but it's always going back to this Trinity. So why you'd have cognitive dissonance when you see why is blue loving and red harsh, or vice versa, Krishna's blue, Satan is red. Well, this yin and yang here, this is the material one. This one here, this is the supernal one. Infernal, supernal. So this is the world of the demiurge, the dyad. This is the monad world.
Okay.
Here. But this happens here, after it expands, you see. And so this is the South Korean flag. They have this red, and they have the 4 I Ching, which represent the 4 elements. So if you look at it as this is masculine and this is feminine, because fire is, in astrology, is masculine and water, being blue, is feminine, well then when you go to the other 2 elements, earth and air, well then you see how they flip, because now air is masculine, it's blue sky, and the earth is red, Adama in Hebrew, meaning red earth. So we have now, they've flipped over. You see, so in this world of 4 elements, there's not 4 elements here.
Now, so this is different than what we talked about before, but now I just caught something. So the fire and water are the spiritual elements. That's why we take initiation by fire and by water, right? And those 2 are reflecting it one way. And the more earthly elements, air, when we take our first breath, and earth, are seeing it the other way. So I think it's just the mirror image, you know, and so I think that I was trying to ask you, why did they put the moon above the blue pillar? And I think we talked about how like different mystical traditions have gone different ways with this. When you cross the hemispheres, it gets confusing and people understand it different ways. But there's also the idea that the stars looking down or the planets looking down are embodying it in mirror image from us.
Yes.
You know, like that Hermetic symbol.
It has to flip. For instance, hydrogen, what's water made of? Water is feminine. Hydrogen and oxygen. Now, both of those are very flammable.
Okay.
But see, when they combine, they flip polarity and become non-flammable and feminine. You see? So this is what's going on here. Fire and water are the 2 active agents, or the 2 active humours in astrology, because they are hot and cold. But earth and water, earth and air, they are passive, patients. They're not agents of creation. So fire and earth, fire and water, they get everything done. They are the agents and they are active. Whereas the air element and the earth element are passive, so they enable the creation. They let the fire and water pass through them. You see?
I see.
So it flips over.
Yeah.
Everything flips over when it expands.
Would you still put the moon above the blue pillar? Or would you switch it?
I would. Red moon, blue moon. You've got red blood moon, you've got a blue moon. The sun is always depicted as blue and red as well. Red shift, blue shift. Mars is red, Venus is green, blue. It
goes either way, and I think that's when Molly came in and said about how the moon was receiving the sun's light, and so there's even a confluence and a unity between that, and that was her point, which was a beautiful point. So,
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I think I asked you after this point about I asked you if a sine wave if it would be a full sine wave this way around and a full sine wave this way, or if half would be going this way and half this way.
Both are true. Half going out that way, and then so one would be going this way, and the other one would be going that way. But then it has to contract again. It has to come back. Whatever went out has to come back. So it can never be a half a wave. You see what I mean?
Okay, so it's the whole wave this way, because this is.
If you look at the Stan Tenen Dance of the Hebrew Alphabet on YouTube, Stan Tenen, Hebrew scholar, he shows how around the torus field, which he uses as a model of an apple, there are 12 segments. And that's it, and that's what I teach. And he shows how you do it with an apple model of the torus field, and then he shows that the sine wave goes around here. It goes once around the donut. So, Dance of the Hebrew Alphabet. That would be another way of looking at it and understanding it. But the point about this is that either way you look at it, whether you look at it, the bull or the Tor, see, I call this the Taurus bulls, because both words mean bulls and cows and cattle and ovine. But if you look at it as a torus field, then it's a Tauri. So this could be a Tauri as well, with the word Taurus in it. But it's also the bowl or the ball. This is boring through matter. So it's a ball. You see what I mean? There's so many words that come from here. It's just astounding. I've done many presentations on it.
And it's like,
imagine a donut like that. It's cut down that way. It's like we're looking into like those big arrows.
Yes.
It's like
That's
looking
right.
into the donut.
Yep.
And the other part is invisible to us, and that's kind of how it is in the reflection world. I think you can't see the flip side, and right there, if you look into it, you can see the donut center. You know, the perpetrator field is, and then like boom, donuts are coming. You took a big bite out of half of it.
Yep.
So it goes that way also.
Well, that's right. Well, these are reciprocating and processing.
Yeah.
So not only are they doing this, they're
Yeah.
also going around.
In and through and
It's called the lunar frequency, or electromagnetic retardation.
And then Dan Winter teaches that if we get these motions in phase conjugated, synchronous, like if we get them synced up in a phase conjugated ratio, that we create a longitudinal wave. So this is why I'm so interested in the backwards motion, because I think that it's an untapped potential.
Right, let's do that. So remember we discussed how all of this is going back to God's source. So we've got the source and the force. When they say let the force be with you, that's magnetism. And that's what those what are they called? Lightsabers, yeah. That's magnetism, that's the force.
Oh, right.
But the ones who are tapped into this energy, they have the force, dielectricity, because it's resting. It's still. It's not moving.
Right.
It's still. This is power that you can use. That is use. This is the usable. So one is power. One is powerful. One is attractive. One is attraction. One is. I'm trying to think of all the analogies of how this works, but what happens is when you incarnate, you come out into the world and you have through a U-torus and you get a torus torso. So this is how you come out into the world, and then everything goes back. This is where you reach virtually, at your middle age, and then you start going back to source. You know how people. When they get older, they're doing things to get back to heaven.
Right.
To the grandchildren, and then, right? So, but this is power. This is force. This is going to be your source. So when you meditate, you go into your heart, and you still these other waves, and you do this radiation wave, and you connect with everything in the universe, right? You're drawing from that force. And that's what you're talking about, because whatever wave goes out, there's always one coming in, and then going out in the opposite direction as well. But it's that coming in energy, which Schellberger calls the implosion cold energy, that is really most representative of this standing wave. It's this, because it's going back into it. This is coming away from it. That's why this is all to do with red, rage, radiation, radioactivity. This is radioactivity. Rebel. All these very harsh R words. Now the reason being is because these two letters are called the two liquids. You see, and they are interchangeable. This is the lateral liquid. This is the rhotic. So basically, this redshift energy is like this, pulsating. This is the only letter in the alphabet which actually restores and goes back to that radiation wave pulsating. That's why the letter R pulsates. Whereas this one, it's a flat line, yeah. And that's they are the two sounds of electricity. You listen to electricity and you. You'll hear the pulse in it, and you'll hear it flatline. And this is what's going on. These are the two halves of creation: fire, proton, pyroton. The proton is nothing other than the pyroton, and this is liquid. L.
Right. And we were talking about how if you can, the idea that our mind is very well traveled around this right path, around moving the sine wave directly in the right way. Like we all, that's like a lot of people are right-handed. Like our minds are pretty solid on that. But this backwards moving motion not so much. It's sort of haven't explored it as much. And then I was talking about how, like, if you had a birth imprint that was a sine wave going this way, then you would also have a sine wave going the other way at the moment of birth, right?
That's right.
And that hasn't been explored a lot in scholarship and astrology, but it's an interesting concept that theoretically makes sense, right?
Yes.
And I think we were also talking about just the idea of that the left moving is like the astral body, because it's the moon one with the tower, and the right moving is like the etheric body, the sun one, and that there's something to be said for getting those wheels moving at a phi ratio in the heart space. I think I think we talked about this at the party that one night.
Yep.
And I asked you guys, what do you think you do? I asked the group, and that people had great answers, and they said, I think it's spontaneous. Like, I don't think you have to, like, meticulously be like, I'm going to spend this one 30 and this one 20 or whatever. Like, I think you just come into the heart and it naturally happens.
Yes, that's right. So that's where you will find your power when you meditate and you go into stillness. You'll find this black light, you know. That's why you close your eyes, everything's black, and it's still, you know. Whereas white light, you want to see things. It's moving. It makes you want to see things. Dark light puts your eyes to rest. Therefore, you use your third eye. So, and that's the eye of the bull. The eye of the bull. The bull's eye. Yeah? And so when you go into the heart, the core, right here, then you can draw from this energy. This is the future. This is the past. And this is the now. So that's where the now is, along that plane. You won't find it in the brain. You won't find it in the generative system. You won't find it in the power center. You won't find it in the liver and kidneys doing all these vibrations. But you will find it right here, you know, on this plane. And heart, this is the plane of heart, earth, theatre. It is, that doesn't really work as nice. Anyway, you can see that that's right. THE, throw in another T, and heart becomes theatre. So it's here, along that plane. Once you understand that longitudinal plane and radiation is coming from your heart, then you can be centered. And you can draw from this energy, which is really the past. Because remember, this wave is going into the future. It has to be, because it's making the future. It has to be redshift.
Okay.
Yeah. And past, and this is past because it's going back to cause. You know, and where it's timeless. Here is time. Hence, you see all the sand is pouring through the center of here, and then it's falling down to the bottom. Then you turn the hourglass around, etc. So there's your time-space continuum.
Right.
And this is the form that every atom, every sun, moon, every human, every animal, it's all this. They've all got an anatomy. There you go.
All right. I think that was a good recap of where we were at. Thank you. Thank you for recapping
Thank you.
So we can finish. Yes.
Thanks, sister.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles on cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we'll add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video, with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and one conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as one conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer one conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides. The seawater, of course, being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications, such as Perseus, to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field, basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the three key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate, the primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls, too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, "And he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb." Revelations 4:6, "And before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind." Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us. And this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. an application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university, to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously,
The data does state by 2050, 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, Scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the cross plate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
Hello, and welcome to another APM Research Focus Decoding. Today we will decode Jehovah. This is the biblical name of the God of Israel. This God is not the creator of the realm and all, which we will elaborate on today. This God is one of the little g's that are creating on a more micro scale than the source creator. Their roles, we at APM Research have been highlighting for some time now. So, Jehovah is also known as a tetragrammaton in ancient Hebrew. In metaphysics, tetragrammaton is a mathematical equation for the essence of the universe. From APM perspective, everything we have researched in the last few years all leads to the same conclusion. There is a creator and a construct. Various cultures have depicted this as a pentagram, with each point representing an element: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spirit we now know to be electrical, with positives and negatives being manipulated and stacked by the force known as magnetism. Jehovah is also depicted in sacred geometry symbols, such as the one we see here. This overlays beautifully on our realm and shows us the energy flow and some very special cross points we have discussed in great detail in the past. The sacred geometry we come across everywhere are also used by Freemasons, and their logo, which shows expansion and compression, which we have decoded, this representing our realm, undertakes to perform its functions. The manipulation of the 5 main mentioned elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. 90% of them probably don't understand the meaning of the logo as we do. It was designed long ago and stolen by the ones at the top of the pyramid and called their own, just like many other symbols. The masses look at it blindly. We, with APM eyes, have taken off the blinders and learn all these ancient symbols and the true meanings. Today, we remove the blinders to the formula Jehovah. So let's begin and learn what Jehovah really means and the little g's functions and roles in our realm.
Y is the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives. This is what Walter Russell's work was based upon. To elaborate further on the Y and how this came to be, we have to look inside the vortex. This is the electromagnetic components mixing the positives from above with the negatives below. This is what causes the reaction that forces the division and multiplication of the sex pairs into what we call electricity. H is the horizontal component of terrestrial magnetism. We have to think of the insides of a capacitor. The equatorial plane is the center of this giant capacitor, our very plane of existence in the realm model. The positives are forced upwards and the negatives are forced downwards. This is the purpose of the horizontal component. It keeps the opposing polarities separate. This is how the capacitor maintains its equilibrium. This can be explained in Walter Russell's work, which shows 2 opposing forces being separated by a third force, which we now know to be magnetism. Magnetism's purpose is to divide the positives and negatives and maintain an equilibrium. V is the velocity that takes place when dividing the sex pairs. There is specific velocity for dividing the positives and negatives. In our terms, this would be equal to the speed of lightning. In Newtonian mechanics, linear momentum, translational momentum, or just momentum, is the product of the mass and velocity of an object. It is a vector quantity assessing the magnitude and direction. H. This is Planck's constant. This is a physical constant that is an electromagnetic action which relates to the energy carried by a photon to its frequency. Planck theorized that the equations of motion for light describe a set of harmonic oscillators, one for each possible frequency. The spectral radiance of a body describes the amount of energy it emits at different frequencies. So in simple terms, this is the frequency the energy radiates. Scriptures tell us God is light. Walter Russell did say there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. That time is now. Open your eyes, people, and see the glory that has been hidden from you. The descriptions and sacred geometries given by every culture are doing their very best to describe the glory of the realm. That glory is this technological glory which reveals a very intelligent creator.
YHVH. You will notice that H appears twice, but governs 2 different arenas. The first H is the magnetism that forms the equatorial plane of the macrocosm. The second H refers to Planck's constant, which regulates the energy in the smallest units of light. The constant itself is the mathematical expression that represents how much energy a photon has based on its wavelength. We know from Walter Russell that what regulates energy into its opposing components is magnetism. So the 2 H's both represent magnetism. In this respect, The H's can be likened to the number 1. 1 is an interesting number because it can be used to express the whole of a system or the smallest unit within a system. The first H is magnetism that governs the system as a whole, while the second H is the magnetism that governs the smallest units, as above, so below. Another interesting connection is the Greek letter epsilon. Epsilon is the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew letter H. Epsilon is used by mathematicians in the formula for dielectric permittivity. In this respect, epsilon is the measure of the ability of a dielectric to become polarized. The higher the permittivity, the more polarization can be achieved. The more I explore APM with my colleagues, the more we come to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Such a beautiful and harmonious balance exists in this realm of our Creator. Yet that very balance is in jeopardy because of a select, greedy few. My own personal belief is that this exploitation will not last much longer. We are entering a new age, and the warnings handed down to us are very precise. The way I understand it, there will be a shift in the energy of this realm, and it will not be compatible with the lower emotional frequencies we associate with evil behavior. I know not what is in store for those who continue down that dark path. What I know is that those of us who live in our heart already are in the great shelter of life. Much love to you all.
Although we cannot give this the wording, splendor, or glory it deserves, we can put it into layman's terms for all to understand. What we are highlighting in this decode is the formula YHVH has given us to harness the electrical energy of our realm and understand its mechanisms. All of nature is attributed to the mechanics of the angels. This is the nature of our realm. This is what the ancients knew, and the Creator wanted us to understand clearly. Look around, people. You will see sacred geometry everywhere, from the micro to the macro in life. Now, we should be more clear why the ancients called the luminaries of our heavens gods, spelt with a little g, O-D-S. Although they are doing their role creating, they are not the source creator, but a creation themselves, of magnificence and glory according to scriptural descriptions put here to serve their function by the source creator. I don't know if our brains are able to grasp the magnitude of the whole of the source, but piece by piece we can understand our realm.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, Decoding Enochian Sigils, Part 3, Conclusions. This video is just to finalise our previous research into John Dee's Enochian Sigils. We can say they do have merit, and to us they are just more glyphs, more depictions of the workings of the angel technologies from another culture. Remember, every culture will depict and even name things differently, but they are usually all relating to the same thing, the Creator's technologies in the underworld called angels. Now it is said John Dee received these images from angels, but to us that does not seem right. I would think it is more a case of option A. John Dee has actually been to a place in the underworld that has these depictions near one of the sealed rooms the angels are kept in. Remember, scriptures tells us the underworld is their prison, This is the seal of the 144,000. 144,000 sealed rooms below. Option B. There really is a way to communicate with this technology of which we haven't as yet discovered. Or option C. John Dee actually found this information in one of his books, of which it is known he had a very extensive collection. His library was quite famous and used by many scholars. To me, that would seem more probable. He was trying to decode information from a book he obtained. It does sound similar to the Book of Enoch being discovered in Ethiopia. Old Testament, where we can see you will find more realistic answers and decodings. As in modern times, this is all being misrepresented to hide how this realm really works, and that there is indeed a creator.
Enochian is an angelic language recorded in the private journals of John Dee and Edward Kelly in the late 16th century England. The men claimed it was revealed to them by the Enochian angels. John Dee didn't refer to it as the Enochian language, though. He actually preferred the celestial speech, the language of the angels, the first language of God Christ, or Adamical, because according to Dee's angels, it was used by Adam in paradise to name all things. The celestial speech was supposed to have been the language God used to create the world, and which was later used by Adam to speak with God and the angels, and to name all things in existence. After his fall from paradise, Adam lost the language and constructed a form of Proto-Hebrew based upon his vague memory of the celestial speech. This Proto-Hebrew then was the universal human language until the time of the confusion of tongues at the Tower of Babel. After this, all the various human languages were developed, including an even more modified Hebrew, which we know as Biblical Hebrew. From the time of Adam to the time of Dee and Kelly, the celestial speech was hidden from humans with the single exception of the patriarch Enoch, who, according to the angels, recorded the book of Loagaeth for humanity. The book was then lost again in the deluge of Noah. The reception of the Enochian started on March 26, 1583, when Kelly reported visions in the crystal of the 21-lettered alphabet characteristic of the language. A few days later, Kelly started receiving what became the first corpus of text in the purported angelic language. The other set of Enochian texts was received through Kelly about a year later in Carrico, where both alchemists stayed for some time at the court of King Stefan Batory. The texts comprise 48 poetic verses, which in these manuscripts are called claves angelicae, or angelic keys. John Dee wrote Monas Hieroglyphia in 1564. The hieroglyphic embodies Dee's vision of the unity of the cosmos and is a composite of various historic and astrological symbols. He claims himself to be one in a trillion of men of the common sort that understand the causes of celestial powers. Dee informs his readers of some very important thoughts, that he is using gematria, notarikon, and ziruf. So we should creatively look for these things in the monas. Gematria is where letters stand for numbers. Notarikon is letters symbolize concepts, or the first letter of a sequence of words forms a new word or sentence. And Ziruf is rearranging the letters of a word or phrase to make a new word or phrase, like an anagram of jumbled letters, also known as Timura. So, what I'd like to discuss are my conclusions of these sigils as well as angels based on the fact that these are technologically based. After much research on these, I'm presenting forth the information that these odd angelic names are formulas to describe the individual processes. These are pieces and descriptions of individual pieces to the machines and the mechanics. Today I will go through a few of the ones I decoded. So, agares. This means the accelerating electrical conductance travels through the anode, then turns thermal energy into mechanical work using the created pressure per volume in the natural logarithms. One result are earthquakes that occur regularly. Amon is accelerating modulus that constantly transmits the ohm over long distances. Ball means left-handed rule. Symmetrical arrangements create accelerating magnetic fluxes. Boer means the U shape, and we think of this in the sun halo, and this is creating the magnetic flux in light particles in each unit of energy per temperature increment. GOP is the general average of acceleration of protons. Solos is a colloidal dispersion and a mixture at the same time or equally. AMI means years of amplitude modulation broadcasting over long distances by high-level frequencies. FERFER means frequency in reference to planetary path range following units of energy increments. Another one is ENRI, and what this one means is the activation and deactivation while pushing the energy, enabling the electrical currents. Next, we'll look at Satan. Satan is the negative ampere of the timing system acceleration of the thermodynamic system. And Yeshua. Yeshua is a variable in the light particles being shared by units of acceleration. So, now that we can understand that these are all parts of a much larger system, maybe we can fully understand how this realm works. Can I fully decode each piece and put it together? Probably not fully. However, someone with the understanding of these electrical subjects and magnetism involved could probably recreate these texts on a smaller scale and show how the different processes work, and teach the world by experimentation. And that's about all I have. Thanks.
John Dee wasn't just famous for sigils. His other works included Enochian tablets and other related material, such as this vision of the watchtowers, as it is sometimes named. This is a 1659 rendering of John Dee's drawing of a vision he had. The sign of majesty, the cloth of passage, was cast forth. In the east the cloth red, after the new smitten blood. In the south, the cloth white, lily colour. In the west, a cloth, the skins of many dragons, green, garlic bladed. In the north, the cloth head coloured, bilberry juice. The trumpets sound once, the gates open, the four castles are moved. Notice how this overlay works perfectly with the Nazca mandala overlay. Both blueprints depicting the 24 elders or seniors in the centre. These of course being angel technologies in the underworld. Count the unconnected dots around the centre and you will find 24 in both mandalas. So this overlay of John Dee's is basically a mandala. The towers in the north, south, east and west also matching scriptural and Enochian descriptions and locations, as well as the Nazca mandala overlay placing them in the same locations. This is no coincidence. Towers, portals and gates all ending up in the exact same locations on our map and grid. For full exploration, of course, these locations are a must. The easiest being the gates in the east, as they are closer to landmass and it is probably warmer. John Dee's mandala now adds more information to the APM model, such as the descriptions of 1 trumpeter, 3 ensigns, the king, 5 princes and 5 crosses. Very interesting information that now help us add more locations and processes over this grid. Notice also the 3 ensign bearers contain the 3 names of God in their ensigns. I was once asked what is sacred about geometry. Well, I think I can answer that now. Sacred geometry is sacred because it is the truth depicted in many different ways by many different cultures. The truth of how this realm really works. Over and over, our research just keeps making these connections. It is depicted on such a scale everywhere it is impossible not to see it. People's confusion comes from not knowing anymore what it all truly represents. It represents the Creator's glory in many different ways. Do you not wonder what is creating the glory you see around you? The glory taken for granted without a second thought in most cases. The Creator's glory is a technological glory which has been very well described in many texts and glyphs, and all the blueprints of the mandalas show us how it works. This is undeniable when you consider everything our researchers looked into. I for one did not expect to find a construct which of course reveals a creator. Every religion out there is telling the exact same story, the only difference being names and titles have changed over time from location to location. They are still referencing the same Creator's glory in the underworld. These are some clips I made in my very first video some years ago when I looked into the Enochian magic. I knew then there was something very special, something related to this construct and its workings. The Eye of Horus. You can see this from our sun's halo system when it fully shows. If you don't know what that means, watch the halo focus videos on my channel and you will see what our sun truly looks like when it shows. To go deeper into that, of course, just watch the other videos. These images also depict the union of elements, processes of electromagnetic projections and how they interact with the ether. I can't decode all of these, but understand they are part of a very large process going on in our heavens and also below. Remember, as above so below pertains to a projected model in the heavens and a physical model in the underworld. The interactions and events above are what we call luminaries and nature. The reality is that most of nature is created by technological events and play a far larger part in our lives than most people realize. That's it from APM Research, people. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. The study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So, I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So, then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when 2 earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPD is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiralling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the redshift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by series. This is real-world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real-world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Kulbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeatDev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiralling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using a right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside. So shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight, you and I. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitised by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiralling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place, the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cone's angles are related to each part of the process, and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiralling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere. We have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start after a little while to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centred. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiralling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
calling out for more. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. Music delights. I sing and dance to you all night. Secrets and pearls and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music delights. I sing and dance to you all night. Secrets and pearls and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Forget your sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow, let's start living for today. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music delights. I sing and dance to you all night. Secrets and pearls and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music delights. I sing and dance to you all night. Secrets and pearls and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Give me music delights. Secrets and pearls. Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky?
The frequency of a light wave is how many waves move past a certain point during a set amount of time. Usually 1 second is used. Frequency is generally measured in hertz, which are units of cycles per second. Colour is the frequency of visible light, and it ranges from 430 trillion hertz, which is red, to 750 trillion hertz, which is violet. Waves can also go beyond and below these frequency, but they are not visible to the human eye. For instance, radio waves are less than 1 billion hertz. Gamma rays are more than 3 billion hertz. Wave frequency is related to wave energy. Since all the waves really are is travelling energy, the more energy in a wave, the higher its frequency. The lower the frequency is, the less energy in the wave. Gamma rays are very high energy and radio waves are very low energy. When it comes to light waves, violet is the highest energy colour and red is the lowest energy colour. Related to the energy and frequency is the wavelength, or the distance between corresponding points on subsequent waves. You can measure wavelength from peak to peak or from trough to trough. Shorter waves move faster and have more energy, and longer waves travel more slowly and have less energy. Aside from the different frequencies and lengths of light waves, they also have different speeds. In a vacuum, light waves move their fastest at 186,000 miles per second. This is also the fastest that anything in the universe moves, but when light waves move through air, water or glass, they slow down. That's also when they bend and refract. So what do sound and light have in common? Sound and light both exhibit oscillatory wave-like characteristics with various frequencies, wavelengths and amplitudes. The sensed intensity is dependent on the amplitude of the wave. Both exhibit Doppler shift towards higher frequencies when the source of the wave is approaching us. Both undergo refraction, diffraction and interference. Walter Russell stated that waves of light do not propagate but reproduce each other from a wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature which bound all wave fields act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as travelling, which is pure illusion. All motion is curved, and curvature is spiral. As human beings, we are good at translating vibration. Your body is a vessel that contains frequencies which can be perceived as sound or vibration. To understand vibration, a scientist named Ernst Chowdy put sand on a metal plate and vibrated the plate with a violin bow. The sand arranged into different geometric patterns. Many of these patterns can also be found in nature, such as on the back of a tortoise or on a leopard. When a similar study took place in water with sine waves, the higher the frequency gets, the more complex patterns that appear, like the divine pattern of a sunflower. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Water, as we know, is a highly transformable substance. It makes up a significant portion of human, animal and earth, yet it can absorb and receive energy. As Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments on the water show us, water reacts and turns to different patterns that look highly related to various human feelings. Words like love or gratitude attract the most pleasing physical molecular formations in the water other than the words hate or disgust. The finding of cymatics also shows the scientific connection between humans and water. Moreover, just like when you turn to a radio station, your energy tunes into the same vibration and attracts the same information to your reality. As Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found, if you place two clocks close to each other and have their pendulum swing to a different rate, the pendulum will end up swinging at the same rate. Because we live in an energetic field, your energy output will attract the same reality to you. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Have you ever noticed how large flocks of birds resemble harmonograph patterns? It is as if every member of the flock are tuned into the same frequency and therefore easily fly, maintaining certain patterns naturally without having to watch and pay attention to the other members for cues on how or when to move. Walter Russell said, "The trouble with humans is in forming wrong conclusions in relation to nature's expressions. We think that elements are different substances and that each substance is permanently existent as such. That is not true. Elements are but different conditions of light pressures. They are the raw materials for fashioning of creation's images in the patterns controlled by light waves. They appear when the pressures necessary for their conditions appear and disappear when those pressure conditions cease. Every element in each octave occupies its own pressure position in its wave. Each element seems to be a different substance as the electric pressure conditions of each position in each wave of matter changes. However, it is not the substance that changes, it is the condition of the substance."
Voidance and recreation is one of the simplest and most obvious principles of nature. I cannot imagine how it has escaped discovery during the centuries. The universe is a symphony of vibrating strings, as all objects have a natural frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate, including the weather.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. And breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon and a brand new sun. So follow the sun, the direction of the bird, the direction of love. And breathe in the air. Cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. Take a stroll to the nearest water's edge. Remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long, long before you came. So which way's the wind blowing? What does your heart say? What does your heart say? So follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done.
Now we will decode the pyramids. We will take a little tour inside and look at the design and decode it using knowledge already gained. First, I want you to take notice of the shape of the Grand Gallery. Notice how the sides taper upwards, narrowing as it ascends. Where have you seen this before? That is correct, in Walter Russell's work, where his motor divided and multiplied the sex pairs, the positives and the negatives. So what the Grand Gallery is doing is channeling energy towards the King's Chamber. Now we will take a look at the Queen's Chamber. Again, we find a channeling of energy. Someone else noticed this. I found this image on redpill.com. do take a look at their website. So we have the King and Queen chambers directing electrical energy into 2 rooms. So let's take a further look at these rooms and what is therein. First, you notice the star shafts, as they are called. Please take note of their angles. The King's shaft's angles are 32 degrees 28 for the northern star shaft and 45 degrees for the southern star shaft. The Queen's chamber star shaft angles are 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. Also take note of the shape of the cones they both create. So using the angle of the cones and the previous knowledge decoded from our cones' angles, we can easily see they are both involved in harnessing matter from our digital chart. Pretty amazing, isn't it? These chambers are, or were, involved in harnessing electrical energies and producing elements from the Walter Russell chart. The shafts are also made of granite, which of course is conductive. These are very specific angles of cone for a very specific purpose, as you can see. This is another APM Research decode. Brian Forster gave me permission to use some of his clips where he was inside the Giza pyramid and also the Osiris shaft, and reporting on what looks like a black substance. Listen to Brian in these clips and see this for yourself.
And as well, one can't help but be in awe of the interior of the Great Pyramid. This is ascending into the Grand Gallery. And here we have the sheer scale and beautiful workmanship of the Grand Gallery. You can see the faceted surfaces. The Grand Gallery is hundreds of feet long, and it's an ominous and awesome experience to be inside the Great Pyramid. Our tour in March of 2020 will rent the interior of the Great Pyramid exclusively for our tour for 2 hours, which is what we do every time we go to the Giza Plateau. We will also be once again exploring the Osiris Shaft. So if you'd like to join our tour in March of 2020, the space is very limited, as in spaces. Now we're going to go into the King's Chamber itself. You have to bend over quite a lot. And once you're inside, you see that the walls and the floor are solid, very thick blocks of Aswan granite. And you can see very tightly fitting together. And this is the wall. Once again, the beautiful Aswan granite brought from more than 500 miles away. And now we're descending, once again through the Grand Gallery, of course. You can see that the ceiling is at least 20 feet tall from the ramp at the bottom to the top. This is solid limestone, perfectly fitting blocks. And now we're going to enter the Queen's Chamber, quote unquote. The labels Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber are false, because this, of course, and hopefully I'll never have to say it again, the Great Pyramid was not the tomb for anybody. It was a giant energetic device. So once again, beautifully polished limestone surfaces, super tight fitting. And now we are inside the quote-unquote Queen's Chamber. You can see that the ceiling is beveled. The giant limestone blocks fit perfectly together. The acoustics are actually very poor in the Queen's Chamber as compared to the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber's acoustics are phenomenal because of the presence of all of that granite. Limestone tends to absorb sound. And here you can see the top of the ceiling, and then this curious series of notches that in fact hide the opening to other internal areas, most likely of the Great Pyramid.
Getting ready to go down into the next level, but of course, because of the nature of the space, only a certain number could go down at a time. But this is looking down into what is the next level of the Osiris shaft. Again, cut into the bedrock. This could not have been done with hand tools during the dynastic period, with bronze chisels, etc. So now we're down in the next level and looking up to the level above, which was the small room. You can see the ladder on the right is very rickety, but a newer one was installed, which is on the left-hand side, and it is quite a safe experience to go down. And now looking into this room, there are 6 niches, and in 2 of the niches are large stone boxes. You can see the tool marks here in the wall. The lighting isn't that great, so flashlights, of course, were required. And then, again, this is one of these stone boxes you can see on the left. Very mysterious. This is moving into one of the niches. Again, 4 of them are empty. What has happened to the actual boxes, excuse me, if they were even in there, is unknown. But now we're going to focus on this, which is one of the boxes that has this very mysterious goo-like organic material on the surface and also inside. Next time we go in, I would like to actually take a sample in order to find out what that material is. It doesn't appear to simply be fire or smoke, because there's very little smoke on the ceiling. It seems as though something happened to whatever or whoever was inside the box, like an explosion of some kind. And then this is the other box, which is more roughly shaped, and inside, mysterious massive damage, again as if the interior of the box exploded. Very strange. This isn't simply tomb robbers going in and trying to extract material from the interior. There's some kind of chemical process went in here which is very weird. So again, looking up the ceiling, there are bits of splat, but not what I would call smoke or carbon material from a flame. Some other kind of strange phenomenon occurred here. And this box, supposedly the material is not granite, it's not basalt, it's not syenite, it's not diorite. It's a stone that is not found in Egypt. So weighing in at a minimum of 30 tons, where did this stone come from? How was it shaped? And how was it brought down the shaft system into this niche? Here again you can see the tool marks, very similar, almost scraping like tool marks. And then we're looking down into what will be the actual bottom level of the Osiris shaft. This is Yusuf Awiyan, who was one of our guides. The water that he's in is crystal clear, and he's standing on top of another giant box that's submerged underwater. So we are presently 200 feet minimum underground in the Osiris shaft. And there is underground water, of course, at Giza. But this water is crystal clear. So where exactly did it come from? And was it intended that this water be in there and be part of whatever process this structure originally performed, because they call it a symbolic tomb, which is a really cheap way of saying we don't understand what this was made for, who made it, and when it was made. It's clearly megalithic, and thus it's likely at least 12,000 years old and was found by the dynastic Egyptians. They did not construct this, because this possibly could be beyond 21st century technology that was involved, which we see also at other places in ancient Egypt. The clear signs of lost ancient high technology that was present long before the time of the pharaonic people.
If you don't know who Brian is or haven't visited his channel yet, I recommend you go there immediately. Brian does tours all over the realm and makes fantastic videos from many great places. You will not be disappointed, and he can even take you there on his tours should you wish to go to some of these amazing places and get first-hand information, also including exclusive visits to places not normally open to the public. Okay, so knowing the angles of the cones, we can add a protractor and see where on Walter Russell's chart the cones are designed to operate within. We will do the King's angles first, so that's 45 degrees south and 32 degrees 28 north. And the Queen's angles of 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. This places the cones in this region. If magnetic declination is a consideration, which I think it is, it gives us this configuration. You can see now what was being produced within the King's and Queen's chambers by simply using this chart. Amazing stuff, isn't it, people? So my decode of the pyramids is that they are designed to harness energies from the passing cones of various luminaries that pass by, or angel technology that permanently resides below the pyramids. Remember, the six-winged sarcophagi of Tutankhamun? This represents a sealed room below the location it was found. If you remember from scriptures, they were made very ornate, cast in gold, and even jewels were added. This is one of those sarcophagi, and it represents a sealed room below. One of the 144,000 sealed below, to be precise. Remember, scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. The six wings represent three cones, which obviously relate to their three modes of operation, which will produce different angles of cone as you've seen in the Walter Russell image decode. A left-hand rule cone, a right-hand rule cone, and of course ecliptic expansion, where the cone is virtually horizontal and running at its slowest speed. Isn't that amazing, people? Everything is falling back into its original context and making more sense. The King and Queen chambers represent the positives and negatives of electromagnetism, and Brian rightly stated that they are not the burial chambers of people, and it is in fact a giant energetic device. So a brilliant deduction and decode by Brian, and now more information from APM Research that can shed more light on the subject. To reiterate, this pyramid with these angles of cones are operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. This is involved in creating matter in the carbon line. This can include gold, silver, zinc, copper, and of course others. This is a very large electrochemical process. All ancient sites can be decoded using the APM Digital Walter Russell chart to reveal the angles of the angels' cones by simply seeing what is being mined in those areas. It's as simple as that, people. They are either harvesting the energies to produce their own materials and or mining and or creating any of the materials on this chart. Once you find the right angles for your magnetic declination, it is a simple case of figuring out which part of the APM digital chart applies to that location. Then simply setting the angles of your cones and build and harvest accordingly.
This is obviously not to the correct scale, but will serve its purpose to demonstrate how the pyramids and associated sites would play multi-part roles in harvesting and utilising the spiralling energy waves of electromagnetism across many sites. These installations can be found all over the realm. Today's man-made sites may look a lot more modern, but they are all still doing the same processes. Sites being mined that don't have large structures nearby are more than likely areas that are in a state of dormancy, awaiting their turn to come online and do their intended roles. There is no such thing as an extinct volcano, it's just waiting for its time to come online and do its role. Do you remember the Mexican pyramid they found amounts of mercury below? Hopefully you can see now how this is easily achieved. I'm going to pass you over to Jason now for some serious science and numbers Jason decoded whilst working on this project.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now a quick look into more of Walter Russell's experiments reveal he was indeed working on electrochemistry and using voltages and equipment called the transmuter that had adjustable angles which caused a spike in various gases it was tested upon, as reported in Fulcrum, the science newsletter of the University of Science and Philosophy. I'll leave a link in the comments where you can download these PDFs. The Fulcrum newsletter is definitely going to be on your wants list. If you read through this newsletter, you will see they repeated the Walter Russell experiment and used the angles required for fluorine, and when it tested, it indeed showed a spike in their fluorine sample. I highly recommend these PDF files of the Fulcrum newsletter to add to your collection in your quest for science and knowledge. They contain some extremely useful information for those seeking more explanations and answers, and will give you a breakdown of the equipment that was used should you wish to look into building your own devices for experimenting in this field of research. Now I'm sure most of you have seen Roy, YouTube name Vinny St. Vincent, and we have featured a lot of Roy's work in APM Research videos. Roy is a guy that conducts his own research and experiments with various methods of approach and focusing on ways to try and conduct free energy. He builds his own test rigs and will happily explain everything to you and break down what is taking place. We have been liaising with Roy and passing on information that we think would help further his research and experiments, from knowledge gained from our own research and decodings, mainly related to expansion and compression,
and helping Roy understand more of what Walter Russell's work is actually explaining to the viewer. From this information, Roy built a mechanical device of which he is going to be testing, explaining, and giving you the data he can extract from its operation. Roy has also taken it a step further, being the creative guy he is, and built another model based on what this information and design is showing him. Roy will also be running tests on this new model and recording the data, and ultimately share it with you, the people. Roy will do his best to take you through all of the processes in nature that the greatest minds of modern times have shared and help you understand what they relate to in nature, and help you understand the processes taking place within his model. And he will show you the empirical data as and when he has recorded it. I'll leave a link to Roy's channel so you can go and browse his extensive video collection and of course keep up to date with current experiments.
What's up, my fellow YouTubers? This is Roy back again. Mr. Vincenzo over here. Say hi. He's doing his rounds. Protective dad. So I've been working hard on this. I'm not going to run it right now. I'm still in the midst of aligning all this stuff up. North poles, you'll find this very interesting. North poles facing out. And then when you get into the inside, it's all south. And basically what I have set up here is the top is, even though it's screwed, I had to screw it, but it's floating because the two magnets in the center here are south and south. And the magnets are so strong, it's holding up the wheel, but the wheel wants to tilt over. So I tried to create a box just to slide the top in and let it hover on top. And basically it is, but it wants to kick to the side. So I had to throw a screw in there on each side. But it's pretty interesting. Counter-rotating, I could have these run simultaneously the same direction or a counter. So this is going to be a good run of experiments. And you can see that a lot of induction on that top one there. The bottom one, a little less induction. And I'll have controls here on these variable resistors. Two separate coils, bifilers, two separate transistor systems, two separate variable resistors. Stay tuned. This is going to be pretty cool. Hello, my fellow YouTubers. This is Roy back again. You guys leave your comments. I'll post the video up on Big Juicy over here. Do I need to give you a little taste? You guys want a little taste? You guys don't want a little taste, do you? Do I have it all hooked up? I don't know. Hell no. Stop falling apart here. You guys want a little taste, don't you? So this is sick psychotic shit here, because I put 15,000 volts in here, and basically I put the primary down the bottom, so it becomes two pickups right here. I'm not putting DC into both of those, but you're going to see a positive come out of here, because this wire is the top part of this cone. This wire is the base of this cone. And then this wire coming out is the base of this cone, but this wire that I have sitting here is the pointed part of the cone that's inside here, which is the positive. So you got a negative going to ground. You got a positive here, you got a positive there, you got a negative here, and then these 360 turns of coils in between the two pickups here are also dipoles and also have juice on them. Let's see, I need to shake up my bottles a little bit. Saltwater bath, sitting in oil. These guys here, they're pretty loyal. They are a loyal bunch. They love it. We mix up some juice over here. All right. Well, damn, I can't believe I'm doing this. Fire hole!
that end zone. Love the breathe. It's fresh air. Ionized. Leave your comments, guys. Peace out.
Let's check out these lava tubes. Take a very good look at the design of these tubes as I take you through this. While in the tube, science says lava temps at 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. When we think of lava tubes, we don't think of something that appears constructed. We especially don't think of something completely cleared with grooves of some sort along the sides, as I'm showing here. Science says the tubes have grooves due to the levels of former flows. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because wouldn't a flow of 2200 degrees Fahrenheit melt the former groove? A little bonus information regarding lava. As we all know, lava is a thick red flow. But did you know there is blue lava? In Indonesia, there is a volcano called Kawah Ijen in East Java that ejects blue lava. Science says it's due to incredibly high sulfur content. It is one of the most unusual volcanoes in the world. Its underground activities result in bright blue flames rising into the air as well. The people that live there call it Blue Volcano and describe it as electric blue fire. This one here is especially interesting. What an odd formation for a flow moving at 19 miles per hour. If you study it carefully, you will notice what we did. From an APM perspective, this narrowing that widens into this chamber is basically a venturi, which, as we know, is a form of compression and expansion, which is designed to keep it flowing, which of course is part of the cleaning cycle. In other words, it has been intentionally designed to handle this process. So, let's sum up the blue lava. Now that we understand the process a bit better, we can relate it to Walter Russell's chart with the cones and angles that are needed to produce these elements. The results of the blue lava indicate that emissions of Kawah Ijen are dominated by acid water outflows, especially for the ligands chloride, fluoride, bromine, with active fumaroles contributing significant semi-metals, selenium, arsenic, antimony, mercury, as well as carbon and sulfur. As we look at the Walter Russell chart, we can see the elements being produced using the angular layout. Sulfur being the largest for this particular area, causing the very, very rare blue lava seen in this one volcano in the world. As we know, specific angles produce specific elements. Now, as I cannot elaborate yet the way I'd like to with chemistry, we can see the different angles of the cones making the different elements that have been identified in this particular volcano. The largest set sitting at 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south. all of the elements produced are of the female domain, as well as all in the magnetic property domain. It must be a mixing of these particular elements being mixed at these specific quantities, and then mixing with oxygen that make the blue lava. This is creation before your very eyes. This is the angels creating as they have been designed to do. This is one of the many functions and roles they perform. I hope this helps you see and understand the creation process itself and the alchemy of the machine. The spiral was an ancient symbol throughout the world, attempting to explain to us the workings of the angels and nature. Just a reminder from Walter Russell's work, All Motion is Spiral. We're going to show you what is sacred about the spiral today. Here is a clip I took from this video off Weather Decoded channel to highlight what is occurring. Let's check out some weather patterns. Notice how they appear to switch on and off. I want you to pay close attention to the spiral patterns that are clearly generated locally. What you are seeing here are the angels coming online to create the current that generates the wind and creates all we call weather. You will see the weather patterns as the storms move west to east across the United States. Notice how the storms arrive in different areas and display their spiraling vortex motion. This is a very obvious signature of our angel technologies. As the electric current is passed through the spiral conductor, it is generating a magnetic field. These are the field lines moving and not our planet, as Roy demonstrates here.
Now we're talking about an advanced linky here. All right, guys? Advanced. Now, if you were to take an axle and throw it through the center, we're going to show not the earth turning, but we're going to show the field turning around the earth. Now, one thing I want you guys to see here is you're going to be looking at the curvature in the center. And this is the center of the planet. You're going to be looking at the curvature, and you're going to be looking at the magnetic field coming out from the curvature, coming out, coming around through the center. So the magnetic field is spinning is what we're talking about here. Now I want you to look, because you're going to be looking at, when I do this, what you're going to see is a field moving out from here, around, back around again. And then you're going to see a field coming out from this end and coming back around. It's a sine wave, guys. Look in the center. It's creating a sine wave. And also on the outside part. This is the field lines on the surface. on top of the surface. You can see the energy, you can see the movement where it comes out, goes around, comes back out and goes around and moves, it comes within itself. So it got me thinking. Yes, you could look at it like that this is the energy inside the magnet. The material, like Ed says, the material of the magnet is not the substance. I'm showing you guys now the substance on how the substance moves. You see that? You can see that it moves in and outward. And it's angular too. Now think about this. The planet sits on an angle and it moves in a cycle and of a rotation like this. Now, is the planet turning? No. It's the field turning. And I didn't even know about what you guys were talking about earlier until I realized this experiment. This experiment showed me that the field lines around the planet. Now, does the center turn? Yes. The center is a hollow. The field is turning. This experiment showed me something tonight I had to post to you guys. And I know nothing about flat Earth. I know nothing of the Earth just standing still. But in the big picture, to compress everything together, it would be flat.
The weather and clouds are not only being created, but are reacting to the electromagnetics as well. Here are some beautiful examples of this process that you should all be familiar with, and now you have the cause of these effects. This is also what's occurring with hurricanes. It's being manipulated by the electromagnetics, as well as cyclones. Just as spirals are found all over weather patterns, they are also found all over nature itself. We see in oceanic life as sea creatures get caught up in the spiral vortex here in the fish NATO, and with this colony of salps. We can see it in plants such as this aloe plant and this leafy cup coral. We also see it in pine cones, in animals such as this chameleon's tail or the snail's shell, as well as the sliced snail shell exposing the inside of the shell. Also, spiders web their homes into the spiral formation. Our own DNA strands show us the perfection and beauty of the spiral. We also can look up to the heavens and see the spiral in galaxies, as we can see in this clip here. So, I hope you can see how special this spiral really is today, and how this vortex of energy creates and affects all of our world. This is one more way we can see the angels at work, performing their given tasks. Remember, there are 144,000 of these at work in our realm.
The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this.